Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments, it was as high as the sky. Pitch-black demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb or the Blood Moon Dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the hidden spirit temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders seemed to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought, he said, "Let's wait and see. The Imperial Palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a foe god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here." Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that, he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yan Emperor had not appeared yet. Inside the palace in the clouds, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yan Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor paused for a moment but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds, he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned. It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the Grand Ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Dao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Xiaoqin could hold the Yan imperial sword in First Brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Xiaoqin looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did First Brother make with the Imperial Ancestral Temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, "Just wait and see. If he only wants to wait for the ethereal immortal palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad." The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal immortal palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. "This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Shuowu dynasty." At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal immortal palace. Sikong Shu replied calmly, "It is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the misty palace of immortals." Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Shao Qin, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been hiding somewhere. Then, he appeared and landed beside Shao Qin. Chu Chaoyun stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought, he said, "This is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now, I can't figure out what he is trying to do." "You can't figure it out. Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince." Shao Qin made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyun, not daring to reply. The Yanwu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Shao Qin alone wanted to take over the entire Yanwu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. "Isn't this a little too inconceivable?" Chu Chaoyun said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruoshi was only doing this for the ethereal immortal palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. "Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance?" "Who?" Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Shao Qin knew something that he did not. The Hidden Spirit Temple. "If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epoch, the 8 super factions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans." There was one more thing that Shao Qin did not say. Back then, in the Hidden Spirit Temple, Sword God Su Han's Han and the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the Sword Dao and the strongest person of the Saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epoch as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Shao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushan Palace, enduring silently. The profound Heaven Holy Lands Wen Ren Yu stood silently behind Dao Yen with his zither on his back. The underworld god halls Yen Tsangming and Jin Yuan looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. "There is one more person." Shao Qin looked around but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly, "There is one more person." Chu Chaoyun felt confused, not knowing who Shao Qin was referring to. Xiao Chen did not answer. He looked around but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Xiao Chen knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She, who wore dragon robes, tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! Xi's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. Xi gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang Yan anxiously refined the Yan imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan, who was in the fierce sacred flame. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Xi's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first Prince Wang Fei's. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, the moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yan was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zuman dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Suo and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No! The sword wind contained too much Suman dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Suo and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then, they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flame scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chen held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. Hiss! 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 Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily, and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the Blue Dragon ancient land. What exactly is Xi's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun? You are right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuowu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the imperial ancestral temple has already sided with the demonic Dao hole. This is not going to be easy, Chu Chaoyun sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiaoqin making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiaoqin could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyun had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyun's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will die, she said with a harmless smile. Then, he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble. Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver dragon's rage. Raging stars. Vast sky fished light. Sorrowful cloud palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you." Chapter 23:17. Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you. She smiled faintly under the blood moon as he raised his head to look at Xiaoqin, who was on the demon blood vulture. Right after she spoke, he immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? Why did she suddenly say that? Could it be that Xiaoqin and she were old acquaintances? In hindsight, if Xiaoqin had not used a strange saber move to kill the first prince Wang Fei, she would not have his current might. On the demon blood vulture's back, Chu Chaoyun gave Xiaoqin a suspicious look, entering deep thought. Xiaoqin said calmly, "Don't overthink. This is my first time seeing this person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, he should have some connection to Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun." At that time, Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's other identity was the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master. Perhaps he is a blue dragon descendant as well. However, his bloodline is already extremely thin. Chu Chaoyun shared some of his guesses, thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps this could explain Xi's earlier words. A blue dragon bloodline. That's impossible. Aside from me, there is no other blue dragon bloodline in this world. Although the Kunlun realm has a blue dragon totem, it only has a blue dragon martial spirit. It is still far from a bloodline. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, he said, there are only two possibilities for his earlier words. One is to frame me. After all, Wang Fei died at my hands. The second possibility is that I am an important pawn in his eyes. Without me, he cannot start the epic. Or perhaps, both of them are possible. Cut the crap. What are you trying to do? As the two discussed on the demon blood vulture, a furious shout came from below. It was the 8th Prince Wang Feng. He had had enough of this demonic Dao expert who came out of nowhere. This demonic Dao expert turned the succession race into a mess, leaving Wang Feng with no chance at all. Most importantly, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng could not stand an outsider giving orders here, acting all high and mighty. Even when Wang Fei was in power, he did not feel this bad. After all, he was of the royal family's bloodline. But who the hell was this guy in front of him? What exactly do you want? The other princes felt the same way as Wang Feng. They could not understand what she was trying to do. I've already said that the competition for the crown prince position is over. You princes have already performed outstandingly. Go back to where you came from. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will reward you based on your contributions. She smiled. He did not get angry at this group of princes with cold expressions and murderous gazes. Do you think it's over just because you say so? Yes, it's over when I say it's over. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the smile on Xi's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The scattered gazes suddenly focused on the 8th Prince Wang Fei. Their eyes met. In the depths of the mysterious left eye's pupil, a strange blood-red cross mark appeared. Below the cross mark was a vast demonic sea, and there seemed to be terrifying demons slumbering in the sea. No, bang! 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 Boundless horror spread in the 8th Prince's heart. The horror hidden in the depths of his heart magnified infinitely. The 8th Prince's heart pounded faster and faster, looking like it would leap out of his chest. Wang Feng clutched his chest, unable to utter a single word. His face was pale. Then, he flew back with a plop. After he landed, he bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. With each bounce, he vomited a large mouthful of essence blood, a tragic sight to behold. Your Highness. Daoist and the other hanger-ons were shocked and quickly chased after them. Only Wen Renyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan showed grave expressions as they sent voice projections. Did he see anything? No. He only took one look before immediately closing his demonic eye. I vaguely felt a vague mark. Before I could examine it in detail, I felt boundless horror and did not dare to sigh again. I'm about the same. This person's demonic eye is too horrifying. Even though it is not directed at us, it already possesses such a terrifying ability. Wen Renyu looked up at the blood moon and entered deep thought. This Shi's strength is simply outrageous. Gasp! The other princes sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not hide the horror in their eyes. With just one look, the 8th prince was severely injured. How strong was this Shi? What should we do? Senior Sikong, Senior Silver Dragon King, what should we do? The 13th Prince Wang Yi trembled in fear, completely flustered and unable to come up with any ideas. Compared to the hot-blooded 8th Prince, the 13th Prince's performance in this desperate situation was even worse. However, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King did not answer the 13th Prince. They were thinking about a deeper problem. The blood moon hung in the sky, existing with the sky as it slowly swallowed up the dynasty's dragon vein. How did this Shi do it? Back then, in order to stabilize this land of absolute beginning, the imperial family must have laid down a shocking array here. After so many years of operation by the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Imperial Ancestral Temple must have set up a shocking array here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancient formation. However, looking at it now, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be the new formation's eye. The ancient formation ended up in the hands of a demonic Dao prince. This was simply inconceivable. If one thought about the mysteries behind this carefully, one would feel some lingering fear. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances. The two were experienced and quickly figured out some clues. Bang! 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 Just as Sikong Shu was about to say something, the 13th prince retreated with a horrified expression. Then, she swept his gaze over. When she swept his gaze over, all the princes he looked at moved back frantically. They feared that the tragedy that happened to the 8th prince would repeat itself on them. Seeing this somewhat comical scene, Sikong Shu sighed softly, there is no more chance. These princes are all frightened out of their wits. We are also helpless. If not for the blood moon in the sky, this Shi might not be undefeatable, even with the demonic eye. Since the princes gave up, the guests naturally had to leave. However, not everyone could be like Shi, grasping the Yen imperial sword and forcibly converting it into a demonic imperial sword. Right now, it was practically clear that this Shi had a secret deal with the Imperial Ancestral Temple. However, no one knew how much they had tied him up. The Silver Dragon King's eyes lit up. Something's not right. Did you notice that the speed at which the blood clouds are swallowing the dragon essence has slowed down? It seems like something has changed. Xianxia looked over. Indeed, it was so. The countless crystalline silk-like dragon essence in the air had slowed down slightly. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. She, who had been scaring the princes, did not notice this. You are still not going to retreat. She frowned slightly. His baleful aura seemed solid, putting terrifying pressure on everyone. He said indifferently, I don't have such a good temper all the time. The blood moon in the sky burst forth with resplendent light as Xi's aura increased. The horror in the hearts of the many princes immediately multiplied. It looked like they would collapse. Bang! Just at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from underground, and a dazzling holy light soared into the sky. You are not the one who calls the shots in this world. The ninth Prince Wang Lin showed a stern expression amid the light. As he held the Yen imperial sword, he slowly soared into the air. Auspicious clouds surrounded Wang Lin, and a dragon image appeared behind him. A vast dynasty appeared indistinct. Wang Lin. Its ninth brother. His massacre great Dao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. The sword strike from the blood moon had struck Wang Lin half dead. However, Wang Lin reappeared with his massacre great Dao, which perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. No injuries could be seen on Wang Lin's body. His stern face hid a boundless state of massacre. The continuously rising dragon essence started to frantically flow towards Wang Lin's body. Demonic clouds surged in the sky, and cracks started to appear in the blood moon, which had been consuming the dynasty's dragon vein. The Silver Dragon King said after some thought, so, that is the case. Before the altar was destroyed, this Wang Lin already perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. However, that sword strike severely injured him, so he endured and waited until he recovered to his peak before making a strong appearance. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen also felt startled. Then, he revealed a smile. Wang Lin did a great job. Xiaochen's protection up until now was not in vain. He just had to endure and wait until he recovered to his peak before dealing a blow to Xi. Had she been rash back then, he would have destroyed Xiaochen. Now, with Wang Lin's strong return, it would not be that easy to destroy him. The most important thing was that Wang Lin's appearance gave the other princes confidence. At the very least, Xi's plan would not fall apart and fail, like Dao Yan, Xianxia, and the other super experts. You want to turn the tide with just your strength. It won't be that easy. Xi's expression changed. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Lin to have hidden so deeply. Wang Lin had jumped out just when she felt that he had the upper hand. Xi's demonic eye of terror feared hope and courage the most. Given that, its might would be greatly reduced. Hence, it would be difficult for Xi to force back the other princes with one look. She needed to kill Wang Lin as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to lead Ming Xian and the others over, something strange happened. Only by purifying all life can one attain enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. A brilliant Buddhist might appeared in the western sky. Auspicious clouds covered the sun, looking like a surging river that continuously pushed back the demonic clouds in the sky. The great origin of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva traveled through time and space from the previous epoch and resounded in the sky. Amid the boundless beneficence, Yuanzhen was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Yuanzhen showed a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then, he formed supreme dharmic seals with his hands, showing all sorts of mysteries. Then, he threw a palm strike. All laws are empty. Only Buddha is supreme. Pure and vast beneficence materialized in ancient Buddhist nation behind Yuanzhen. When Yuanzhen's palm strike landed, it materialized a golden Buddhist palm as large as a mountain. Then, it pierced through the demonic clouds and headed for the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the 8 altars scattered in the core region gathered in the air and formed a brand new altar. Dragons soared up from the ground. Dragon images bathed in Buddhist might continuously headed for the altar. A person descended from the sky, showing wild joy on his face as he landed firmly on the altar. Then, Wang Lin stabbed the Yen imperial sword into the altar. Laughing maniacally, he said, "Ninth brother's words do not count in this world." Chapter 23:18. You, ninth brother, do not have the final say in this world. Auspicious clouds churned in the sky. Yuanzhen looked like a Buddha descending to the world as he sent a palm strike at the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the 9th altar also appeared. It gathered the essence of the 8 altar fragments and formed the 9th altar in the air. Thousands of dragon images soared up from the ground and gathered. In wild joy, the 4th Prince Wang Lin stabbed his Yen imperial sword into the fierce sacred flame. The repeated changes could no longer be described as one wave rising and one wave calming. Instead, it was an unending storm, 10,000 waves surging. Just as everyone felt shocked at the 9th Prince Wang Yan's strong return, Yuanzhen suddenly charged out, using a vast Buddhist might to shake the sky as he headed for the blood moon. Before Yuanzhen could see what would happen when the golden Buddhist palm landed on the blood moon, the 9th altar suddenly appeared. The 9th altar suddenly appeared. A character that no one could have imagined ascended the altar, bathed in Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's eyes did not know where to look. The thoughts in his mind were in a mess. He was stunned on the spot and was lost in thought. This is the legendary 9th altar. To think that there really is a 9th altar, 9 is the limit of numbers, reaching the peak and occupying great luck. The 4th Prince Wang Lin is really surprising. If he could perfectly merge with it, he would be ridiculously strong. This 9th altar does indeed occupy great luck. However, one's fate is tough enough to endure it. The many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt flabbergasted, their thoughts pausing momentarily. The instant Yuanzhen appeared on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Chen had been waiting for Yuanzhen to appear, he had not expected Yuanzhen to appear in such a manner. Purify all living beings before attaining enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, many of Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. No wonder this Yuanzhen asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. It turned out that Yuanzhen had inherited the karma of the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. However, Xiao Chen did not know what form it took. Was it reincarnation, possession, or a seal? If one had to say who was the most shocked and surprised, it had to be she. Everything is empty, only the Buddha is supreme. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Prince Shi. He had failed time and time again. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince returned strongly and Yuanzhen suddenly rose up, causing the 9th prince to lose the overall situation. The 9th prince's appearance had already caused cracks to appear in the blood moon. Now, the 4th prince's gathering of dragon essence made the situation even worse. If Yuanzhen's palm strike, which broke the demonic clouds, landed, the blood moon would shatter. Return. She was extremely decisive. He stretched out his hand, and the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a spinning black hole. He returned to his black robe form and slowly descended from the sky. After the golden Buddha palm, which was descending from the blood moon, missed, Yuanzhen gently waved his hand and sent it towards Shi's group. The golden Buddha palm had already blotted out the sky. The momentum of its descent was like the sky was collapsing. Do it. On the demon blood vulture's back, the eyes of Xiao Qin and Chu Chaoyun lit up as they took advantage of the situation to attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Qin flew toward the black robe. He could not allow she to control the black robe again. Otherwise, when the blood moon rose again, it would be difficult to deal with. Black Face Secret Technique, Destroy. Azure Lotus Secret Technique, Create. Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, Yang Qing, showed grave expressions as they stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. Then, they formed hand seals and launched palm strikes at the same time. The black swastika on Ming Xian's forehead spun around and released a black demonic might containing a heavy might of destruction. An azure lotus bloomed under Yang Qing's feet, and a gentle Buddhist light spread out like an auspicious sign, erupting with a torrential life force. Life and death. The two worked together to clash with the Buddha palm strike. She soared into the air, wanting to retrieve the black robe. A figure arrived in the air, brandishing a sword and swinging it. The killing intent filling the air was like a silver river, blocking she from afar. She showed some anger on his face as he looked up. It was the 9th Prince Wang Yan holding up his Yan imperial sword, coming to stop him. You are seeking death. She raged. A scarlet cross appeared in the depths of his left eye as boundless horror assaulted him. In that instant, intense fear overwhelmed Wang Yan's physical body and soul. His body trembled slightly. Wang Yan remained calm, dealing with this calmly. The killing intent filling the air turned into motes of stars and gathered on his sword. Whoosh! The sword erupted with a blazing sword light. Wang Yan's wrist moved slightly, and a sword light shone on Xi's eyes. While the sword light covered the other party's demonic eyes, Wang Yan suppressed the fear in his heart with boundless courage and charged forward to attack. At this moment, Wang Yan's massacre great Dao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. His strength was no weaker than the first prince's. As the sword light swept out, the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations poured out like a surging river. With the massacre great Dao driving it, the dynasty's accumulations became like a vast army, roaring, kill endlessly. She was forced to fight with the demonic imperial sword as Wang Yan held him back. Ming Xian, Yang Qing, don't bother with that Yuanzhen. Help me snatch back the divine cloak. At the same time, Xiao Suo charged over with the heavenly book scholar, Wu Meng, and the others, holding up the Scarlet Blood War banner. They engaged in a chaotic battle with Xi's guests, not giving him a chance to provide reinforcements. In the air, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun chased after the black robe. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. Then, he glanced around and saw Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter charging over at the same time after blocking that palm strike. I'll go and block them. Without hesitation, Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed as he pushed his hands to the left and right. The universe origin true flame burned fiercely, materializing a screen of fire that blocked Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. Chu Chaoyun did not give the two a chance to react. He drew his sword and slowly spread out his primal chaos great Dao. His figure turned blurry, preventing Ming Xian and Yang Qing from locking onto his exact location. On the ground, the 8th prince and the 13th prince, who looked like they were startled awake from a dream, looked at the 9th altar in the air. Madness appeared in their eyes. Right now, this was their only chance to fight with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. They could chase Wang Yun down and monopolize the 9th altar for themselves. Kill. Wang Feng and Wang Yi each led their guests over with an overwhelming aura. With the strength of the two of them, it should be more than enough to chase Wang Yun away. However, just as the group approached, a Buddhist voice rang out. Buddhist chants rang out, and the many guests of the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared. Each of them held a magic tool. Then, according to Yuanzhen's instructions, they stood in different positions and activated their magic tools at the same time. Boom! In that instant, thousands of Buddhist voices layered over each other. A huge Buddha image encased the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This Buddha image vaguely resembled the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Dang! 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 The many weapons struck the Buddha image, giving off metallic clangs. However, Wang Yun, who was on the altar, did not suffer any damage. Mr. Yuan really has incredible foresight. He long guessed that this group of princes would go crazy. Indeed. He gave us the magic tools to lay the formation in advance. It really worked. Don't get distracted. We are about to change the formation. Alright. Hidden Dragon in the Depths, Spirit Traveling 8 Extremes, 9 Palaces Touched, 10 Directions Unchanging. The guest wielding the Dharma artifact changed his movement technique. The shadow of a dragon rose from the ground. A dragon image soared into the air from the ground as the formation changed and moved around the Buddha image. Unexpectedly, it was used by the Buddha image, slowly making it corporeal. Damn it! How can it be like this? The princes cursed when they saw that the Buddha image barrier, which was already at its wit's end, could actually reverse the dragon essence and strengthen it. On the altar, Wang Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the 8th prince and the 13th prince, he showed furious and helpless expressions. Wang Yun's lips curled up in a delighted smile as he said indifferently, 8th brother, little 13th prince, you did not expect this day, right? Ha ha ha. The person you mocked and bullied since you were young will one day make you gnash your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about it. The 8th prince and the 13th prince bit their lips in silence, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If the 9th prince could rise up despite the situation, it could be explained. After all, he had been guarding the borders, radiating killing qi and making countless contributions. Furthermore, he had Xiao Chen's help, making up for the 9th prince's weakness of not having a foundation in the imperial capital. However, how capable was the 4th prince? He had been synonymous with trash since he was young. To think that he could ride on their heads, aloof, mocking them. The various factions in the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region all had their own goals. Chaotic battles broke out everywhere, turning the sky dark and the ground dark. Everywhere was a battlefield. Yan Songming and Jin Yuan left, watching from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they did not participate. Logically speaking, the two should be helping Xi. However, for some reason, they chose not to help either side. Should we make a move? I feel that we can bet on it. Jin Yuan looked into the distance, raring to give it a try at Xi's side. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Don't. That fellow's potential is far from being exposed. Let's see how many trump cards he has. The more he exposes, the higher our chances of victory. Yan Songming calmly made his choice, showing a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for Yan Songming. After Yuanjun attacked in the sky, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and closed his eyes to rest. Yuanjun did not chase after Xi. He continuously chanted scriptures, using the momentum that the 4th prince Wang Yun gathered to fill the sky with flickering auspicious clouds. Yuanjun continuously pushed back the originally vast and unparalleled demonic clouds. As for Xiao Qin, he frowned slightly. As he looked at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows in front, he remained silent. Just as Xiao Qin was about to grab the black cloak formed by the blood moon, a flash of scarlet lightning appeared and snatched it away from his eyes. It's him. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Qin found vaguely familiar the first time he met him in Divine City. The second time, this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared during the fight for the 5-element divine lightning. However, he did not appear at the same time as Ming Xian. The next time Xiao Qin met him was now. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows held the black cloak and laughed strangely. Do you want it? Xiao Qin showed a calm expression as he asked, You recognize me? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable. Xiao Qin, you still do not recognize me. This is really disappointing. The scarlet shadow encasing Xiao Chen's body slowly scattered. His true body was actually a blood-sucking vine. However, what truly shocked Xiao Chen was the face that appeared on the blood-sucking vine. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. That was a face that Xiao Chen had forgotten long ago. It was a person that should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. This was the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King, the Thunder King who laid out the plan, the one from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the one who wanted to help the Black Lotus Church unify the Kunlun Realm. You are actually not dead. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His expression changed slightly, unable to hide his shock. Ha! If the Black Lotus Church did not leave behind a strand of my soul, allowing me to reincarnate in the Great Thousand Realms, would I still be so loyal to them? The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. I look forward to seeing how long you can last against me in your current state. In his fight with the first Prince Wang Fei, Xiao Chen was severely injured and drained a lot of energy. Even now, Xiao Chen had not recovered much of his energy. It would be hard for him to block an opponent of the level of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, Xiao Chen remained calm, not showing any fluster in his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. Since you chose to expose yourself, I can only kill you again. I am Black Egg. I am White Egg. Hee hee. Now that the two eggs appear, who can compete with me?" The black and white eggs, who had been waiting impatiently in the Divine Universe Steel, received Xiao Chen's instructions. The black and white eggs immediately leaped out and erupted with a horrifying aura that rivaled that of a six-veined sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs turned into two hurricanes, one black and one white, charging at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Chapter 23:19. Since the two eggs appeared, who could compete with them? Two tornadoes, one white and one black, howled as they charged at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Xiao Chen remained calm, not worried that the black and white eggs would lose. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could rival a five-veined sovereign emperor. The two eggs were at least as strong as a six-veined sovereign emperor. The two faux god puppets used Xiao Chen as a reference and would always be slightly stronger than him. Xiao Chen was a six-veined sovereign emperor with the black and white eggs' combat experience, the two's tacit cooperation, and the special nature of the puppets' bodies. Xiao Chen could not think of any reason why he would lose to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. That's not right. I should address the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows as the Thunder King now. With this thought, a murderous intent surfaced in Xiao Chen's eyes again. How many outstanding talents of his Kunlun realm had died? To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows dared to appear before Xiao Chen and expose his identity. Xiao Chen did not mind killing the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows again, making him disappear completely. This kind of person, who wanted to bury the entire world for his own benefit, should not exist in this world. Puppets. You want to kill me with just two puppets? Xiao Chen, you are really naive. The Thunder King originally felt somewhat shocked when he sensed the black and white eggs' auras. Facing two six-veined sovereign emperors at the same time would still put some pressure on him. However, if they are just puppets, hee hee. The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. They are not worth mentioning at all. Countless demonic vines tangled together and turned into two beams of scarlet electric light as they burst out. In an instant, they charged into the two hurricanes. With a loud rumble, the hurricanes dispersed in an instant. The shock waves spread out. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and took a few steps back. Then, he scattered the shock waves with a palm strike. The two demonic scarlet vines repeatedly attacked the black and white eggs, splitting the demonic vines. The demonic vines split apart, looking like scarlet snakes opening their mouths and biting the black and white eggs. Before entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the Thunder's sovereign had fully displayed its horror, biting the heavenly wolf empire's Tuoba Yao with demonic vines. When the demonic vines bit the heavenly wolf empire's Tuoba Yao, the demonic vines instantly sucked out most of the other party's qi and blood. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, the Thunder King suddenly recalled that puppets didn't have physical bodies. His entire body was made of divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and with the help of formations, he was forged. When the thousands of blood snakes bit it, the scene that severely injured Tuoba Yao did not reappear. The black and white eggs remained undamaged. Gotcha! Gotcha! The black and white eggs grabbed the blood-sucking vines that wanted to shrink back, and they continuously punched them. The two blood-red vines, which looked like the arms of the Thunder King, were continuously shattered. The 10,000-meter-long blood-red vines were instantly blasted into nothingness. Hee, little blockhead's ability isn't enough. Trash. You've made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but your strength is still only a so-so. After the black and white eggs approached the Thunder King, they launched an endless barrage of attacks. The two eggs' Dao domains layered over each other, working together seamlessly. In just a short while, the Thunder King was exhausted from dealing with them, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The humiliation in Xiao Chen's words infuriated the Thunder King, causing him to howl. Even if I lie to you, there is nothing you can do about it. The black and white eggs' combat experience rivaled that of a foe gods. Back then, when Xiao Chen first saw them, he nearly gave up on the martial Dao. This showed how horrifying they were. The Thunder King treated the two as ordinary puppets, so he was destined to suffer. Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to the battle. He kept his eyes on the black robes controlled by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Clearly, this item was very important to Xi. He needed to obtain it. Die! The Thunder King, who had had his fill of humiliation from the black and white eggs, roared, and electric light burst out from his entire body. The piercing and dazzling Dao might that rivaled a sixth-layer Thunder Dao domain sent the black and white eggs flying. It was not over yet. The Dao domain on Shi Chen's body continued to grow wildly. The instant his Dao might reached the 8th layer, thousands of scarlet vines shot out. The scarlet vines were like lightning spears, covering the sky and the ground as they surged over, carrying vast thunder might. Boom! Everywhere the scarlet vines passed, scarlet electric light spread out in the air, showing no blind spots. The Thunder King's peak strike fully displayed the power of his Thunder Dao domain. When the scarlet vines arrived, they instantly struck the black and white eggs, shattering them into countless pieces. In the end, they are just puppets. The Thunder Sovereign held his breath and snorted coldly. That earlier strike was extremely powerful. That earlier strike drained most of his demonic energy and his great Dao energy. Even a true six-veined sovereign emperor would find it hard to escape death after getting struck by that attack. Hee. How scary. I nearly shattered them into pieces. Ha. Again. The shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered, and the black and white eggs reappeared, showing no signs of damage. At the critical moment earlier, the black and white eggs disintegrated at the same time. While it looked like the Thunder King had shattered them with one strike, in reality, the black and white eggs had taken the initiative to disintegrate themselves. Bang! 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 Before the somewhat stunned Thunder King could react, the black and white eggs charged over again. The vines of the gigantic blood-sucking vines shattered. However, after a while, only the trunk remained. Since the Thunder King could not defeat them, he no longer dared to fight, frantically fleeing. That is, suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows had cut off one of the vines holding the black robes, allowing the black robes to fly back into the air. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he attacked at lightning speed, grabbing the black robes in his hand. When Xiao Chen flipped the black robes over, he saw a scarlet dragon image embroidered on the inside. As he held it, the entire black robes seemed to move about like it was alive. The demonic cloud heaven swallowing art in Xiao Chen's body circulated involuntarily. With a thought, Xiao Chen tried to use his demonic Dao divine energy to control this black-clad sage robes. However, he helplessly discovered that there was an invisible membrane on the saint robe itself, blocking all of his divine essence and soul stones outside. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. His cultivation technique was not right. No matter how strong his demonic energy was, he could not control this black-clad sage robes. Damn it! Scram! She, who was being held back by Wang Yan, glanced over and discovered that the black robes landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Enraged, she swept his sword across and forced back Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. Wang Yan's palm exploded, and his Yan imperial sword trembled endlessly, nearly falling out of his hand. After Wang Yan landed, he moved back another 100 steps before he managed to neutralize the might of the other party's sword strike. Terrifying. Is this the other party's true strength? Whoosh! She, who had no choice but to expose his strength, forced back the other party with one sword strike. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared before Xiao Chen. Give me the sage robes, or die. She showed a stern expression, showing unprecedented anxiety in his eyes. Clearly, these sage robes were very important to him. This was the first time Xiao Chen faced this person. He did not look at the other party's left eye as he said calmly, "If you were fully confident of killing me, you would not be wasting words with me. I can give you the sage robes, but you have to agree to one condition." Xi's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "Speak. Hand Xianxia to me." Xiao Chen already confirmed that he could not control the black-clad sage robes. After thinking for a while, he made this decision. This was the only opportunity for him to rescue Xianxia. Aside from the black-clad sage robes, she did not seem to care about anything else. Deal. She did not hesitate, showing a smile on his face. The scarlet cross in the depths of the demonic eye reappeared, spinning in reverse at an incredible speed. After a while, a figure was tossed out of the demonic eye. It was the star-plucking bandit, Xianxia. Xiao Chen kept his promise, tossing the black-clad sage robes to the other party. Whoosh! She casually flipped the sage robes around and put them back on. The long black robes extended all the way to Xi's calves. Scarlet Dragon swam on the robes like they were alive, looking incredibly strange. "I'll leave this trash to you." She smiled faintly and left in a flash, ignoring Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he missed something. She agreed more straightforwardly than he expected. What a loss. I am useless to him now. He wants to find the inheritance key's location on me. Wearing that sage robe is equivalent to wearing the entire Shuowu dynasty, Xianxia said softly with a sigh after Xiao Chen helped him up. After Xiao Chen helped Xianxia up, he sighed and said softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is probably not that simple. Let's not think about it. It is already worth it if I can get you back." Ha ha ha. What a brother. Xianxia laughed happily when he heard that. He did not feel sullen about being imprisoned at all, feeling very carefree. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white eggs, who had chased after the Thunder King, returned. After they landed, they circled Xianxia. Black Egg sniffed and said, "A familiar aura. It is very similar to the same person but somewhat different." Ha ha ha. I get it now. You are an egg laid by a dragon egg, right? White Egg suddenly guffawed in wild joy. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Xianxia. Is he a descendant of the previous generation heaven dragon? Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation heaven dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation heaven dragon from Jianghe. Xiaochen suddenly recalled that when they first met, Jianghe said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Jianghe were a heaven dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation heaven dragon did, a heaven dragon was, after all, a heaven dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the divine dragon empire. It was understandable that a heaven dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiaochen was thinking, Jianghe showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiaochen, what the heck are these two fellows? Jianghe could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiaochen's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiaochen was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, that is natural. With the two of us making a move, there is a possibility of failure. However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool. Xiaochen looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Ming Xian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyun. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiaochen's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Jianghe could not help sighing as he watched the majestic chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yen City, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the scarlet dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wang Yans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the 9th altar. At some point in time, Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the 9th altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the 9th altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation heaven dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the heavenly dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the Azure Dragon's old lands. Xiaochen recovered his wits and asked Jianghe, who was beside him. Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret. Jianghe's expression turned grave, and his expression changed. The previous heavenly dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation heaven dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify. What Jianghe thought was his business. I believe you. Jianghe smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiaochen. Xiaochen responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen, this person really hid himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled. With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yen Sangming's help, Wang Yun's refinement of the Yen imperial sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yan gathered Xiao Suo and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yan hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth prince Wang Yun was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yan could make a decision, Wang Yun laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yen imperial sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yun actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's great Tao with the Yenwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace in the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the hidden spirit temple, not letting the hidden spirit temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Shuowu dynasty's demonic Tao hole. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yen imperial sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yen emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders had been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yen emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yenwu dynasty was finished. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestors seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yen emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestors showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently, "This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the hidden spirit temple arranged, right? Although I know that you are close to the hidden spirit temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over." When the Yen emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yen emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yen emperor tomb, when Wang Yun drew his Yen imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Qin, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong! Just the shock waves were unblockable. After Xiao Qin landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, a small tree sapling giving off flames appeared in the core region. Before Xiaochen could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yan Emperor Tree. This was the Yan Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh! 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 All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yan Emperor Tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie. Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yan Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xiaochen had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xiaochen clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xiaochen's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh! 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 2 figures descended from the ancient Yan Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. Big brother, the 9th prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Suo landed, he explained to Xiaochen why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, this 9th prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yan Emperor fruits and send us back. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yun occupying the 9th altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The third round of the Crown Prince selection was closely related to the second round. The ancient Yan Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of Crown Prince could only be between the two of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epic was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epics was unstoppable. The Wings of Time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epic, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yan Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiaochen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiaochen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yan Songming and Jin Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these two also had an ethereal immortal palace key. She, who wore the scarlet dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The third ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu and Dao Yan were together. Wenren Yu probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon King's group. When Xiao Chen looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The ancient Yan Emperor tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the Wings of Time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Qin, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Qin after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Qin smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yan Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yan Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yan Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyun, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiaochen said after some thought, "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyun's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiaochen lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiaochen spoke, Chu Chaoyun shifted his gaze to Jiang He. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jiang He showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Shi's torture. Boom! Jiang He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jiang He raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Yin ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The 2 palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. "Retreat!" Xiaochen pulled Jiang He and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Suo landed, he tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiaochen, Chu Chaoyun, and Jiang He with grave expressions. The shock waves of the 2 palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jiang He. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. "Xiao Chen, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem." After Chu Chaoyun said that, Jiang He felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Jiang He had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jiang He cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people but his heartless father. Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself. Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure. Xiao Chen was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the Scarlet Dragon sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha! Kacha! Crack! Crack! This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. Whoosh! When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Suo and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiao Chen, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Chen and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Chen looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, my friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Suo and Xiao Chen were in front. Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He were on his left and right. Wrong! She blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epic has already aged, and the new epic is about to begin. Epics come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you, abandon you, kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyun sought out Xiao Qin for cooperation. Shi's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Qin, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyun explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyun had not told Xiao Qin how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Suo had the Pirate Alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Qin only addressed Xiao Qin as Big Brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Qin because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiaoqin could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiaoqin. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one, aside from Xiaoqin. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Xi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiaoqin and the others with his aura, Xi did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If Xi had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Xi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiaoqian's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the blue dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiaoqin also had the blue dragon bloodline, he and Xi could be considered on the blue dragon side. If that was true, Xi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the blood dragon saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Xi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyun, Jiang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiaoqin. In the past, Xiaoqin wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiaoqin looked up at Xi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiaoqin was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiaoqin really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyun showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiaoqin was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiaoqin also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiaoqian's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiaoqian's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiaoqian's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiaoqin wondered, if Xiaoqin really handed over his friend, is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiaoqin only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Xi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiaoqin handed Jiang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiaoqin would draw the tyrant saber on his back? Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiaoqin spoke, Jiang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remained the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Xi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then, he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yan Cangming, Wen Renyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiao Qin. However, once they figured it out, Xiao Qin, who still had to protect Jiang He, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Chen drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. Xi's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom! For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Suo used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xiao Suo ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. Go! I'll block him. Whoosh! A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go! A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao Suo created. Whoosh! 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 The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz! Xiao Suo seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble. As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xiao Suo, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Jiang He was the key to the ethereal Immortal Palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiao Qin or the people around Xiao Qin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Qin. The ethereal Immortal Palace must have something to do with Xiao Qin or the people around Xiao Qin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Qin. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him. The inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Jiang He. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Xikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Shao Qin. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal immortal palace key, they could start a new epic. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epic. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Jiang He. Yan Songming and the profound heaven holy lands Wen Renyu raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Shao Qin took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xiao Suo, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xiao Suo did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23-23. The blood dragon swimming on the sage cloak merged its claws with Shi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xiao Suo to advance. What blocked him was not a person but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Shi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Suo gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Suo slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Suo suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then, he took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Shi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Shi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Shi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble! The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu Ci. The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Suo to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Suo suffered a backlash. Then, he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, she waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Suo's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Suo's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Suo was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean Lord's soul could still escape. Xi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Xi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Suo was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Qin. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Suo. Ah! Xiao Suo gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Chen was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Suo did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Suo did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Suo showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Xie. Xi, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Suo's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Suo had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiao Suo pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then, he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiao Suo's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiao Suo held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rowed a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiao Suo stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiao Suo to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person, after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiao Suo. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiao Suo's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiao Suo showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least 2 of the people chasing Xiao Qin are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiao Suo grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Suo. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiao Suo as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiao Qin will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiao Suo lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack, then." As she and Xiao Suo fought, Xiao Qin, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Qin could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Xikong Shu, Dao Yan, Wen Renyu, Yan Sangming, Jin Yuan, and the others held the ethereal immortal palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal immortal palace lay with Jiang He, so they gave chase as well. Yuan Zhen attacked again. Xiao Qin and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuan Zhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuan Zhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh! 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 Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Xikong Shu landed together. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yan and Wen Renyu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiao Qin looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk. I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Xikong Shu," Chu Chaoyun added. "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiao Qin could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. "Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks." Jiang He knew that for Xiao Qin to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind, to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack! Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuan Zhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal immortal palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal immortal palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal immortal palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Xikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Xikong Shu in confusion. Xikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something. Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal immortal palace was about to appear. The ethereal immortal palace is about to appear. The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace does not have much to do with Jiang He. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase anymore. We should not give chase, Xikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jiang He leave. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jiang He. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared. Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Cangming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiao Suo. Then, he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiao Suo's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiao Suo might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiao Suo. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiao Suo swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon. It was too much of a coincidence that the Divine Palace key changed right after Jiang He unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Qin, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jiang He now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jiang He had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal immortal palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the immortal palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiaochen took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jiang He, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen, and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace keys suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor, shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiaoqin. Chu Chaoyun, Yan Songming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Renyu, and Xikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal immortal palace keys. Ha 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 ha, chase! However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Xikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The immortal palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yan Songming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yan Songming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiaochen were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the soaring dragon great realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yan Songming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal immortal palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jiang He? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jiang He's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, after the ethereal immortal palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for Milord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up. What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang He is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, the ethereal immortal palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang He has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him? Ming Xian asked as he looked at Shi, raising his eyebrows. Shi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, there's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys. She gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jiang He, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jiang He, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Dao outstanding talents, great desolate Aeon bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-vein sovereign emperor like Xiaoqin could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Xiaoqin grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Xiaoqin had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jiang He felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no! Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empire's Xiahozun. Xianghe, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahozun had been guarding the periphery under Sikongshu's orders. This was to prevent Jianghe from breaking out of the encirclement with Xiao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahozun said indifferently, Jianghe, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Daoist sovereign emperors. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jianghe's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jianghe thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his Heaven Dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jianghe's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiahozun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jianghe. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jianghe, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jianghe felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiahozun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jianghe smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jianghe smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jianghe had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal Immortal Palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Qin, Chu Chaoyun, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Qin thought to himself, the 7 ethereal Immortal Palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Xiao Qin. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Dao split into 2. One was the Time Dao, and the other was the Space Great Dao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Dao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Dao. For example, Xiao Chen's Firmament's Rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Dao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Dao. Another example was someone like Dao Yan, who grasped the 10th layer ice Dao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the time Dao, was a great Dao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the time Dao. Not to mention the current martial epoch. Shao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the time Dao. However, it was far from the time Dao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the third round of the succession race on the ancient Yan Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yan and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these two would ascend to the top of the Yan Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole giving off spacetime fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the wings of time, was in there as the epic changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the wings of time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epochs. It could even be said that whoever grasped the wings of time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epoch, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Chen Zhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yan City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor, and Dao Emperor, and Qin, and mountain, into, and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Suyi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Han and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The 3 of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Han hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, who are you talking about? Su Han frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Haha. Alright, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, the geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wen Renyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyun. In any case, it can't be Shao Qin, right? Su Han interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Right. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, as for who is most likely, naturally, it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Hee. Abbot Suyi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these 2 people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epic was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epic. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiaoqian looked at the current situation. Experts that only foe gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yan City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The foe gods of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these foe gods. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. The ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the Sword Dao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the Sword Dao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, "Your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it?" When Su Yi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Su Yi said somewhat helplessly, "Junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kittagarbha Buddha. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kittagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kittagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yanwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of foe gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts, who dominated a region or ruled the world, all felt how insignificant they were before the epic's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The foe gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning non-stop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting spacetime fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the Immortal Palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A spacetime tunnel. This was a spacetime passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of spacetime cracks in the major wide world. Even if a foe god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the Immortal Palace and the Wings of Time. Xikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yan Sangming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Xikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the Wings of Time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the Wings of Time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end, he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He! Jiang He! Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Of course it's people like father, only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiaochen could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's leg stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang He does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Xianxia, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiaochen spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me. Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard! Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines? The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Xianxia. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Xianxia showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, I must find you. I want to ask you why. Then, he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Xianxia fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now? Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Xiangxi's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then, he saw Xiangxi's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Xiangxi's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then, he placed his hand on Xiangxi's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack! At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the keys suddenly shattered. As Xiaochen looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan Sangming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan. To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yen Sangming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiaochen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiaochen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiaochen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiaochen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiaochen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiaochen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiaochen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyun. "Come, let's go as well." Xiaochen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiaochen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Xiaochen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiaochen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. "Big brother, look!" On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiaochen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake. Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Suo asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epics, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses. You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, "I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it." "Big Brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake?" Xiao Qin showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Suo's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then, he suddenly recalled it. "Let's not talk about this. Where are the others?" Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Jin, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection, "Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene." Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. "How do you know all this?" "I did not sense it." Hee. "My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier?" "How is that difficult?" "It is as simple as returning to myself." The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. After some thought, he said, "Follow it." Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. "I broke through." After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiao Qin and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Cangming, Yuan Jin, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Qin immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the Blue Dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Qin would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Qin looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Qin's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Qin guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Qin. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Qin again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Qin had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Qin knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Qin did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, "Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm." Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying Immortal Corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop! Plop! Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow-white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Qin, Yan Sangming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing chi. Whoosh! 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 Without giving Yan Sangming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Qin. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Qin drove the 10,000 dragon's art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Qin punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Qin directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Qin easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Qin drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Qin was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Qin continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Qin also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fish to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushan Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Qin had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome. Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpse's attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpse's weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yan Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yan Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiaoqin attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiaoqin did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiaoqin took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiaoqin saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon blood vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiaoqin had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaoqian's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiaoqian feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiaoqian. All this while, Xiaoqian did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaoqian had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiaoqian's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiaoqian was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiaoqian let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiaoqian could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother. Xiao Suo's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiaosuo prepared to jump down after Xiaoqin. I can't. Just as Xiaosuo was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother, he got pulled down. Xiaosuo appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiaoqin slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiaoqin's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiaoqin's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiaoqin's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiaoqin at any moment. Crack! Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate and ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Sangming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry state surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuanjun rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuanjun glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuanjun directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang He suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wen Renyu, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Xianxia off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xi's group of 3 blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Xianxia, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, Xi attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Xiaoqin roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Xianxia and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. Chi! The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The 2 halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. Xi, don't be so ruthless. Chu Chaoyun said as he looked at Xi's group of 3. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace? Chu Chaoyun said expressionlessly, I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay. Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyun's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do. Chu Chaoyun remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, 2 figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. Brother Chu, do you need help? Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyun. Let's go. Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the 3 leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying. When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. Let's go in first, Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. I'm going in. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chaoyun asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. There's no need. Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, we have to wait here for Brother Xiaoqin. Very well, you can stay here, then. However, I want to take this person away. Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Xianxia. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Xianxia away. You are indeed not a good person. Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jiang He and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, he is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away? Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyun with murderous intent in his eyes. That is not up to you. Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Where is he? Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyun at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyun carried the unconscious Jiang He as he dashed past the two. Damn it! After him! The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyun, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. It's the universe origin true flame. Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away. Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Qin gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Qin, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Qin was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Qin without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyun right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyun deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Shi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. How? Fight fire with fire. Boom! A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Suo's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Suo passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate and ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Shuawu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jiang He himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jiang He is Jiang He. When the Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace. What are you trying to do? Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body. Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background? Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key. She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength. Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside. Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Xi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. Are you sure? Xi's face sank as he said coldly, this time, I will not give you a chance to escape. Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jiang He will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jiang He. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me? Xi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person? Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Xi calmly. Xi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Xi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Qin, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Qin, he would absolutely not use Jiang He's death to force Xi. While Xiao Qin placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Xi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Qin's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Qin wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Qin. With the epic changing, such a person was the most pitiful. Living like you is really tiring. She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Qin drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Qin's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the immortal palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the Immortal Palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I know where he is." Oh. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, "It should be the Great Hall that Jiang He and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace." However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Suo thought for a while before saying, "If you had not left back then, you might have obtained the Wings of Time already." I did not see the Wings of Time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal Immortal Palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hole. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Suo immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Suo said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal Immortal Palace as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here. Xiao Suo glanced at the five-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hole. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hole. It was Yuanzhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuanzhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuanzhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuanzhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuanzhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-colored divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuanzhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuanzhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph! On the lotus platform, Yuanzhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, when Ren Yu and Dao Yan, Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal Immortal Palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Suo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wen Renyu and Dao Yan. Yan Sangming, Jin Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Buddhist sect's Yuanzhen remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Suo's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Qin. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Suo's group of three. Yuanzhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Dao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuanzhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Sangming also looked at Yuanzhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Dao nor the demonic Dao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuanzhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuanzhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuanzhen said that, the righteous Dao and demonic Dao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Dao and demonic Dao prepared to work together to finish off Yuanzhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jiang He's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jiang He's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jiang He slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jiang He descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jiang He. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jiang He. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jiang He and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jiang He would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Xi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, who stood beside Xi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this Xi thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jiang He managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Jin Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Jin Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jiang He merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Sangming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Xi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yan Sangming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out." Seeing Xi's smile, Yan Sangming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Sangming cursed Xi countless times in his heart. However, Yan Sangming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Xi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He. If Jiang He really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Sangming, as the hope of the flood dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Sangming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Jiang He. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Sangming. It was Qin Ming, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Sangming, Qin Ming could not accept that a heaven dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Sangming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jiang He at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Sangming's body. The flame seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Sangming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jiang He. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fish to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Xianxi's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Xianxi's body, but something weird happened. Xianxi was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Xianxi's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Sangming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Xianxi seemed fine, only stopping Yan Sangming's descent. If you want to kill Xianxi, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Xianxi, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Xianxi. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Xianxi away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the five-colored divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-colored divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Xi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, "Attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-colored divine stone out of this place." Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Xianxi's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Xi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiao Qin was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast! However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an immortal lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top immortal lord of the immortal epoch. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the immortal epoch Shi Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23-32. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, it would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiao Chen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiao Chen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Chen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone steel, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiao Chen. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiao Chen knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiao Chen on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I, Xiao Chen, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiao Qin was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be firmament, but firmament will never be Xiao Qin. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiao Qin, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiao Qian's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiao Qin could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epic. However, he did not want to know either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the spirit mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiao Qin. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiao Qian's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiao Qian's face. What is this? The demonized Xiao Qin burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Qin felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Qian's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Qin felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Qian's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Qian's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Qin would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiao Qin, the demon was Xiao Qin, and the Buddha was Xiao Qin. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiao Qin finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epic. In this soul pool, Xiao Qin brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiao Qin discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiao Qian's life long before the martial epic started, he would have died. The demonized Xiao Qin had broken the shackles that Xiao Qin had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiaochen perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out. Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone stele. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epic. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiaochen did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiaochen did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything? The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the three realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epic changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Xiaochen. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me, then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiaochen, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiaochen was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom! Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiaochen, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop! Xiaochen turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiaochen's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiaochen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiaochen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiaochen's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Xiaochen faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiaochen. She clearly looked at Xiaochen, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Paw! Just as Xiaochen was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiaochen. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiaochen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiaochen's indomitable heart. Hee hee. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiaochen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me, then. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiaochen, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiaochen knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sects Kasyapa Buddha. In the past, Xiaoqin had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiaoqian's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiaoqian always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiaoqian was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiaoqian's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiaoqian saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiaoqian had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xiaoqian said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiaoqian would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, "Humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary." "I understand." Xiaoqian performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiaoqian in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, "He did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself." "What obsession?" "He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably." "Who did he lose to?" Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely." He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epic. He definitely felt dissatisfied. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the three realms. Even the Immortal Epic's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaochen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiaochen asked, what was the message that he wanted you to bring me? Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiaochen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiaochen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the epic heart. More accurately, it is the Immortal Epic Heart. Back then, the Immortal Epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character, Immortal. Hence, the Immortal Epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character, Immortal, the heart of the Immortal Epic. The Immortal Epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiaochen. To think that the once glorious and vast Immortal Epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the Immortal Epic appear after the end of the previous epic and not some other epic? While Xiaochen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epic is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epic heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epic, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epic heart. That one will be the true master of the new epic. Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epic heart. However, the epic hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epic. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this Immortal Epic Heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the Immortal Epic Heart. Then, the Immortal Epic Heart slowly flew towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen carefully put away the Immortal Epic Heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the Immortal Epic to its glory and decline? The entire Immortal Epic's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epic, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiaochen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Xiaochen carefully put away the Immortal Epic Heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He still worried about Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiaochen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. Why? When Xiaochen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiaochen. Then, she walked forward. As Xiaochen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epic changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake. I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epic changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, "He told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me." As Xiaochen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiaochen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiaochen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiaochen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23:34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiaochen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiaochen. If Xiaochen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaochen asked, "Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are?" If Xiaochen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, "Life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epic changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death." Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. "What will happen to you after I leave?" However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiaochen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. "Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived." Xiaochen added, "I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake." Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiaochen. "You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so?" Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiaochen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiaochen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, "The fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly." Boom! As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiaochen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epics changed, life and death, death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Qin. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epics changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into a mortal burial lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Qin expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Qin stopped sinking. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Qin, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great thousand realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epic ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this immortal burial lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying immortal burial lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Qin circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire immortal burial lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire immortal burial lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Qin absorbed half of the entire immortal burial lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Qin stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Qin surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Dao that Xiaoqin could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epic would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to three-veined sovereign emperor. With a thought, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to three-veined sovereign emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a fourth divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection sovereign emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other three divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiaoqin was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiaoqin absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiaoqian's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiaoqian's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran towards Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiaoqian's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiaoqian pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Xiaoqian landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epic changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the three realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiaoqian somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiaoqian felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated seven states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the seven states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jiang He's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the immortal palace. This was one of the ultimate grand Daoists. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Suo and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiaoqian had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a 5-colored divine stone. Xiaoqian fought 1 against 4, Wen Renyu, Dao Yan, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the 5-colored divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jiang He's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The 5-colored divine stone that Yuanzhen held tightly to struggled free and flew towards Jiang He's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiaoqian soon realized that someone was using Jiang He to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jiang He's body. Chu Chaoyun. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiaoqian had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Cangming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the 5-colored divine stone in Yuanzhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the immortal palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No. Xiaoqian. If there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jiang He's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiaoqian's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiaoqian frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiaoqian felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the 5-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous 3 divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the 2 experienced great perfection sovereign emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The 2 agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the wings of time. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qi Ming and Yan Sangming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the three and kill Jiang He. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chen did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chen kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal immortal palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the immortal epic could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal immortal palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Ci. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal immortal palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal immortal palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack! This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Jin Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-color divine stone. Without any warning, she appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiao Chen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiao Chen perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jiang He. After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiao Chen gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Suo's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Xiao Chen use the inheritance key to open the 5-colored divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal immortal palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The 3 of them, along with Shi, fought in 4 directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiao Chen thought, the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The 2 did not dare to confidently defeat him. one of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang He floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang He's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-colored divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent spacetime power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenren Yu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiao Qin walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiao Qin. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Xiao Qin's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiao Qin consumed the entire immortal burial lake, he easily broke through to small perfection sovereign emperor and advanced to four-vein sovereign emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu Ci. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the immortal palace without a single one missing? Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiao Qin. What shocked Xiao Qin was that as the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Xiao Qin's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 23:36. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. There was nothing. When Xiao Qin used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-colored divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Even though Xiao Qin had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. Shi, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Qin, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Shi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao hole. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong. Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no foe gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qi Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack! Crack! Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no! This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-colored divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Jin Yuan and Yan Cangming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Came here? Yan Cangming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Jin Yuan said indifferently, it is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Jin Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, that's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change. Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble. She covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin, who was taking care of Jiang He. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Qin obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike. Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epic changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. Let's go. After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet. Yes. Before leaving, she gave Xiaochen a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiaochen, Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jiang He and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Suo's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. Big brother, can he still be saved? Xiao Suo asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiaochen did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiaochen remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Suo's words. He entered deep thought. Jiang He's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiaochen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiaochen as he looked at Jiang He. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jiang He's soul? I can only gamble. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jiang He's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang He's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jiang He's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jiang He's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jiang He absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiaochen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jiang He's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jiang He. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiaochen could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiao Suo said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiaochen slung Jiang He over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Dao, and Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiaochen left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiaochen led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiaochen, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Xiaochen seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chen now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now, it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiao Chen said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Xiao Chen was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Dao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Dao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Dao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yan imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. 9th brother, you still haven't given up. Wang Yun held his Yan imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Dao foundation far surpassed the 4th prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yan imperial sword could not compare to his opponent's. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiaochen could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiaochen had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the imperial ancestral temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiaochen felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the imperial palace. "Big brother, should we continue watching?" Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiaochen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. "Let's leave this place first." Xiaochen and the others thought to themselves, "Give up." Then, they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiaochen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiaochen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 The instant Xiaochen appeared in the imperial palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10 odds strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiaochen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yinwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiaochen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiaochen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty immortal palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, the misty immortal palace would have been destroyed. If Xiaochen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10 odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's faux gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Xiaochen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Xiaochen handed Jiang He to Xiao Suo and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. "Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you," Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. "Thank you, Senior Hao Kai." Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Xiaochen. She complained, "Why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you." Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. "I'm not dead, don't worry." Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Xiaochen felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Xiaochen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Xiaochen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Xiaochen's hand and asked, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Cough. Cough. "Young Master Xiao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard," Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Xiaochen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Xiaochen saw Shi with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Xiao Qin in a mocking manner. Yan Songming and Jin Yuan, who fought to the death with Xi earlier, were together with Xi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Xiao Qin ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Xiao Qin had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Xiao Qin more were Xi and Yan Songming. One was the Shuowu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Dao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Xiao Qin a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Xiao Qin very worried. Xiao Qin got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Xiao Qin, surrounding him. Suddenly, Xiao Qin thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yan Emperor appear?" As long as the Yan Emperor was around, Xiao Qin could swing his Yan imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yanwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. The 4th prince is going to win. On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, could no longer endure, getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 23:38. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hate. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the 9th altar to suppress him in terms of the Emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. "I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might." If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Xiao Qin and the Heavenly Book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Xiao Qin and the others, he was filled with guilt. No. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Qin had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Xiao Qin, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? Ninth brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won, isn't it? Wang Yan's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yan, is only so-so. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Xiao Qin gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yan Imperial sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Xiao Qin, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yan raised his Yan Imperial sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yan Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yan Imperial sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pu Ci. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Yan Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the 9th altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yan Imperial sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. All the Prince's Yan imperial swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yan Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yan Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yan imperial sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cup-fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yan emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed Shi smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You are still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then, he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Whoosh! Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yanwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yanwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yan Emperor trembled with rage. You, to think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, the epic is changing. If we want to continue the Yanwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yanwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Zhao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestors' experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, "You two are really my good brothers. Chief, let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yen imperial sword in my hand." During the succession race, she wielded the demonic imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The imperial ancestral temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yen emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. "Shao Chen, are you going to save the ninth prince?" "Indeed." Shao Chen thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Shi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Shi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so, either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death." Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yenwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Sui Renji said softly, "Little girl, the Yenwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the profound Heaven Holy Son Wen Ren Yu were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, an 8-veined sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Zhao asked as he looked at Shao Qin. "The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain." Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Shao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. Chen Feng say, Chen, Chin, Shan. Spirit, Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Chin, Mu, Hai. This is, the 9th Yen Emperor. He's still alive. It looked like a foe god battle was about to start. The Yenwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. No need. You teach me. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yen Emperor, everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epoch is about to collapse, and the new epoch is about to crumble. Lord Shi promised us even greater glory. The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Lin from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Lin. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. Scram to the side. It was the hidden spirit temple's abbot, Abbot Su Yi. On the left and right were the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang and sword god Su Han. Suiren Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark